Hello and welcome back to a brand new Pick a Side live reaction after the playoffs. We're here after Game 3 of the WCF. The Dallas Mavericks take a commanding 3-0 series lead. I'm here with Riv. I'm here with Dels. I'm here with Drew. I'm here with Jack, a.k.a. Jokic Joe Star. How we doing, fellas? I'll start with you, Riv.
I'm great. It was a good game to watch for sure. I really have no dog in this fight, so I'm kind of just like chilling, just enjoying basketball as a fan. I am gonna get these couple of these agendas and these trolls off though today, so be prepared for that. But other than that, I'm blessed.
Tell you what, I have a dog in this fight, and it's my championship winner Dallas Mavericks, 1,000%. Going up 3-0 against the Minnesota Timberwolves, Luka Doncic, Kyrie Irving, showing that they are the two best players in this series. It's been crazy to watch. What a ride for the Dallas Mavericks. But the Minnesota Timberwolves, unfortunately, going outside.
I feel good. Me and Drew ran home for a little barbecue before. Great game, phenomenal game. Sprinted home to make sure we caught this live. I was not expecting to sit here and both conferences be up 3-0. I thought the Celtics for sure would lose one way or the other, and I thought this was a 6 or 7 game series. We'll get into it, but this was a fun game to watch.
Yeah, I'm doing all right. I feel the same way. I thought Boston, Indy, writing's kind of on the wall from the beginning there, especially after the Haliburton injury and everything. But this, I'm really surprised by the way that this has shaken out with the 3-0 for Dallas. It's cool though, because I fuck with Dallas. It's good to see Kyrie really back to where he was at like the apex of the Cavs run and everything. What's with the timeout down there?
Whoa. That's Pacers and Celtics. Listen. TJ running the show looks like a better series. That's all I'm gonna say here. That's all I'm gonna say on that matter. It looks like a better.
We're getting the agendas off quick. Goddamn. All right.
TJ running the show. It looked a little better. They was up big. Andrew Nembhard was playing a hell of a game. That's all I'm gonna say on that matter.
Shout out Andrew Nembhard. He did cook. That was fun.
He did.
We want to talk about the Celtics first. We could talk about the Celtics first.
No, let's talk Wolves Mavs. Let's talk.
I'll be happy to. Whatever you guys want to do, man.
This guy is giddy. He's chomping at the bits. Andrew Nembhard had such a great game that they were comparing him to Jaylen Brunson, asking if he's the next Jaylen Brunson. Everybody wants to find the next one. One guy does it, and everybody thinks the next guy's going to do it. That happened when Ryan Tannehill come back player of the year. Thought it was going to be Sam Darnold. It ain't happened. Sometimes guys are just built for the moment.
Joel, aren't you a Pacers guy?
Yeah, what the hell are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
You're a Pacers guy.
You're a Pacers guy.
What does that statement have to do with anything?
Joel, geez.
I'm not a Pacers guy. I'm not a Pacers guy.
Like, he's a young, nice piece on the Pacers. You're a Pacers guy. Sorry that, I guess, Riv, we assume that you're automatically a Nembhard guy.
Andrew Nembhard is phenomenal. This Pacers team, they're good. They're good. Before the season, I said that they'd make the playoffs. They did. Tyrese Haliburton would take a leap. He made All-NBA. He did that. Hadn't it been for the injury, he would have had an even better season. So I'm just a predictor of things. We want to start with the Mavericks and the Timberwolves. And both conferences.
You were the only one that said the Pacers would be this good? Oh, okay. I'm just wondering.
I don't know. Mavericks, Timberwolves, up 3-0 on them.
Your darling boys.
Both conferences have a commanding 3-0 lead. I think one is a little bit more impressive given the caliber of team they're playing. Neither here or there. The Mavericks are awesome. I don't know what else I can say about them. I think they have put on a full clinic of offensive mastery. Luka Doncic, he always makes the right reads and decisions. The way he plays the game, he manipulates defenses. This is the number one defense in the NBA. The Timberwolves were all season long. They held Denver to absolute stinkers, some of the worst offensive performances. It does not even look like Luka and Kyrie have broke a sweat in trying to find the weaknesses and the holes in this defense. They have been that elite. Luka Doncic is getting whatever he wants. If he's blitz, he's passing it out. If he has a one-on-one, he's putting Jaden in jail, getting the floater, or he's hitting that patented mid-range jump shot, which he sealed 2 games already on that jump shot in this series. And then Kyrie Irving, game 3, game 1, back-to-back terrific games. And this defense is a championship level defense. When I watch Minnesota, when I watch Dallas is just able to score the ball much easier, and Minnesota isn't. I have a couple takeaways with Minnesota. Number one, Cat, where are you? Cat has not showed up in this series. Cat in this game went was it 0 for 8 from 3? Tomley baskets.
It felt worse than 0 for 8. I'll say that. Like, it was garbage.
It did. And I feel as if Chris Finch, he has not made enough adjustments in this series to try to compete or combat what Dallas is doing. Their defense is walling off the paint. You need to spread the floor out. That means one of the big men got to sit, and it's probably Gobert because Cat can shoot. So you add another shooter to lineup. You give Anthony Edwards more space. I don't feel like they've done that. They really haven't. But I will say this: Anthony Edwards in this series has shown that he's not ready for the moment just yet. 22 years old, made an All-NBA leap, got this far to the conference finals. How Jason Kidd is playing defense on him, the scheme against him, forcing him to become a playmaker, forcing him to make decisions. He just looks a step slow. He's thrown into defenders. He's really walled off the paint. He hasn't attacked aggressively, consistently enough. And I just think Jason Kidd has showcased one of his weaknesses, and it could be looked at as weakness on him, which it is, but it's also a weakness in his roster, that there's not a secondary perimeter guy that can break down a defense on a consistent basis. Mike Conley can move around the floor, get some spot-up shots. He's good in that role, but he's not going to attack and get in the paint and get drives and force the defense to collapse. And all that responsibility on Anthony Edwards was just too much, and we're seeing it. The Mavericks are up 3-0. Based on how the Mavericks offense is so great, I think this is one of the best backcourts ever. I think this is a better version of James Harden and Chris Paul in 2018. And they almost beat one of the best teams that were assembled in the history of the game. I think this is a better one. And their defense is this good. I just don't see how this team doesn't win a championship. I think this team is going all the way.
Steph and Clay, no honorable mention. Talking about them.
I think Luka and Kyrie are better.
Okay. I'm just throwing it out there,
because Luka and Steph is neck. You could argue neck and neck.
I had
Kyrie
the same
Kyrie's
conversation.
better.
Yeah, Kyrie, he clears Steph. He clears Clay. Does not clear Steph Curry.
Are we going off talent or actual production?
No, Kyrie's a better player than Clay.
He's a more talented basketball player. He's a better basketball player.
A lot of winning over there in Golden State.
Yeah, because the duo has done a lot of
winning.
But I guess we don't care about stuff like that. But listen,
who's the real duo though? Is Steph and Clay or Steph and Dre?
Well, you said backcourt.
Backcourt.
If we talk about duo, Steph and Dre is a watch.
The Mavericks backcourt is their duo. The Warriors backcourt is not their duo.
Okay, that's fair. You said backcourt at first. If we're talking duo,
but even if it is backcourt, I still agree with Joel. It's nothing to do with. Let me not start by saying that Steph and Clay obviously are one of the most successful duos that we've seen. One of the most successful backcourts that we've ever seen. But just talking purely basketball, Luka Doncic is unbelievable. He's not Steph Curry, but damn it, he's pretty damn great himself. Kyrie is better than Clay. He's better than Clay.
I mean, that's just I don't fully agree, but I don't care about that.
He's not better than Clay?
No, he's better than Clay, but I think the way you're looking at it is player versus player in terms of just duo versus duo and what they do to impact the game. If we're talking about who impacts the game more, Steph and Clay, I don't even want to get into that. Because I want to dive into something else. It's really bothering the shit out of me. And I just gotta talk about it. Like the 22-year-old shit, when you said that, it bothered the hell out of me. It really did. Because I remember when Tatum stunk it the fuck up in the finals. I remember it.
He was 24 years old.
I remember it vividly when he did it. And when he did it, he was young for sure. But when he did it, we didn't say, oh, he's only 24 years old. We didn't say, oh, he's young. No, we kind of just shitted on him because he played like ass. And with all due respect, he deserved it. He played like shit. With Ant-Man, we have gone from he's Kobe Bryant, he's Michael Jordan, he could be better than the Joker, he's reaching that D-Wade status 2 weeks ago, to now all of a sudden, he's 22 years old. Oh, give him a break. Cut him some slack. I just don't like the consistent saving of Ant-Man just because 2 weeks ago you guys were glazed. Not saying you by yourself, because trust and believe, there's talking to the world here. This constant glazing of this young man, and now that he's playing like shit, we can't just be objective and say, "Oh, he's playing like shit." We got to use he's hurt. I saw somebody say, "Oh, he's hurt. He's been hurt since this, that, and the third." Luka's been hurt since game one. We don't care.
He's been banged up.
We do not care. Oh, he's 22 years old. Brother, Luka's been on all NBA teams since what, 19, 20 years old? Like, what are we doing here with the age stuff? So I feel like people with all these excuses. It's okay to just admit somebody's playing like shit. I mean, you just mentioned that he just made All NBA, right? So if you make All NBA, you are one of those guys in the league. So it's okay to just objectively say you play like shit. But that's just my gripe with that stuff.
Yeah, I did mention it. I mentioned how he's struggling against his defense. That's obvious.
Yeah, for sure. That's
his
general, for
his
sure.
playmaking and his passing decision making.
Oh, garbage.
It's been exposed on full display. But it's also something that you should sit there and say, what's his archetype? What's his build? What's his role in an offense? And it's not supposed to be being the primary decision maker. You got to have an actual point guard that can attack defenses. And that's not Mike Conley. Mike Conley's an organizer. But in terms of getting inside the paint and forcing defenses to collapse, that's just not Mike Conley.
Mr. Dells. Do you remember last year with the Boston Celtics? Do you remember last year with the Boston Celtics when they didn't have a true point guard and Jayson Tatum was banged up and Jaylen Brown was forced into that role where now he has to be not only the primary scorer, now he has to be the primary ball handler. He's a dog shit passer, can't go left. Do you remember when all of that got put into light when he didn't have a point guard?
Mm-hmm. And they were also forcing him left.
I remember a lot of conversations about Jaylen Brown saying, "Oh, this can't be. You can't be All NBA. You can't be this bad of a playmaker." Understanding, like I agree with you, Mr. Moran, that he should not be forced into this position.
Jaylen Brown, Anthony Edwards, not even close in terms of playmaking. Jaylen Brown was averaging 3 assists with 3 turnovers. Anthony Edwards averaging 6 assists with 3 turnovers in his playoffs. Anthony Edwards has just gotten exposed in the WCF.
Yes,
Jaylen Brown,
Jaylen Brown has one bad
both of those sound ass to me.
Whenever he's
been great.
Jaylen Brown, whenever he's on the court, he has another player who's taken off a boatload of pressure on defense because of his gravity, and Jayson Tatum. Anthony Edwards does not have that.
But don't you think if you want Ant-Man to be, which I think he could be, a top 5 player, he eventually has to learn to do that. He eventually has to probably be a primary ball handler, read defenses. But he's not there yet. He's 22 years old. Tatum didn't have that, I don't think, in the finals. I think that was a big reason why he struggled so much too. You could talk about the Heat series in prior years, just reading defenses, especially that zone, and then going up against Golden State Warriors. I know first game he had like 9 or 11 assists, but of course that infamous stat that he leads, it's the most turnovers ever in a playoff run. Of course, he played like 30 games, so they have to go to game 7 every time.
So it wasn't on a per game basis.
Regardless, my biggest gripe with Anthony Edwards, really, and just how the media covers this is you're either nice or you're whack. Like, those are the only 2 outcomes it comes for these superstar players. Like Jayson Tatum, the first 7 games, he is not shooting well. No one's talked about defense. No one talks about the playmaking. No one talks about the screening. No one talks about other ways to impact the game. It's either you had a beautiful true shooting percentage, you were not screenshotted on reel, or it was 45% and you were trash. I feel like that's what a lot of this superstar talk has got brought into. And Anthony Edwards, the first 7 games, like Riv mentioned, we're so quick to anoint him to be Dwayne Wade, to be one of the best players in the world, and we don't want to watch the second half of that run. If we could go back in time, we wouldn't be hyping up Anthony Edwards the same way, because now it feels like we're forced to bring him down, because we said already that he's this great of a player. He could give you 40 in the playoffs multiple times. He could go up against KD one-on-one, snatch their soul, and sweep them. But now that everything kind of comes back down, all of a sudden, like, now it'd be like, yeah, nah, Anthony show up. He's not good enough. Where in reality, like, it was just always somewhere in the middle, where it was impossible for him to sustain the level of shooting on the pull-up middies, the tough middies, the three-pointing. He was at like a Steph Curry level, peak Steph Curry, that at some point it was going to come down. There's just no way you could keep this up. Eventually it came down, but it crashed down for him in this series. I think it was a really tough series for him, but he's 22 years old. He has shown in this run to have potential to be a top 5 player, MVP type dude. They're going to lose this series. It's 3-0. Never happened before. I would be shocked if they somehow come back and win this series. But I don't want this to turn into like Anthony Edwards just didn't show up. He's the reason they lost this series, but I don't think he should have a whole summer in front of him with these stupid memes just because he had a bad series.
And game 1 and game 2, he was bad. I think today he played much better.
He
was
good.
Of
them losing this series, it's been the duo of Anthony Edwards and Karl Anthony Towns. The two have struggled immensely. In the third quarter, you said it perfectly. I think that's where we saw both of them play their best basketball of the night. But in the first half, both of them struggled. In the fourth quarter, they weren't really all too great themselves. I mean, they were trading baskets, just the Mavericks and the Wolves. But overall, I can't look at Karl Anthony Towns. I would say that Anthony Edwards wasn't bad per se, as we've seen in game 1 and game 2. But all in all, they are losing this series, not just because of Anthony Edwards, but because the duo has been so inconsistent offensively. And on top of it, the Dallas Mavericks are simply executing at the highest of levels, and we have Luka Doncic playing like Luka Doncic that we were expecting coming into this playoffs. He's just done it 3 games in a row now.
Yeah, I think so when the Gobert trade went through, even imagining it in like a perfect scenario, which I think right now it has worked out, especially when you consider their depth and their role players, about as well as you could have expected it to. Even imagining it in this scenario, 2 big flaws I was concerned about were, one, the fact that you were locking in Anthony Edwards being the best player on a title team, essentially in like his age 22 to 25, 26 window, whereas with most all-time greats, we're seeing that more in like the 26 to 30 range. And then on top of that, you're locking in Karl Anthony Towns being the second best player on a title run. And it just does not, like, historically, every time he's been in the playoffs, it hasn't felt like he's been that kind of player. And through the first 2 playoff series, he surprised me with his level of play on both ends of the floor, especially in the Nuggets series, especially going at mismatches. In this series, he has come crashing back down to earth, and that flaw has really reared its head again, where I just don't think he is ever going to be that kind of player. I think he would be a solid third option. He's still like pretty up and down, a really streaky shooter, and he makes some bad decisions in terms of like out of control drives and shit like that. But in terms of asking him to just be like even 20 points and 9 rebounds a night on good efficiency, that's all Minnesota is asking out of him right now. That's too much. So if you're asking him to be 24, 26 points per game, like you look for from a Jaylen Brown caliber player, I think that's almost completely out of the question at this point. And that's just something that Minnesota is going to have to deal with down the road, whether in this offseason. Maybe he will get better. I don't know, but it just doesn't look like it's going to work out right now.
I feel as if the offense from Minnesota hasn't been what it's needed to be. From the 2 stars, you know, they've been disappointing. Their shooting in game 1, though, was pretty awesome. I mean, McDaniels, he today in game 3, he was even great.
For sure.
I think they're losing this series because of their defense. I think it's because their defense has not been able to get any stops. They cannot put a string of consecutive stops in a row against Dallas. And this is just a matchup nightmare, because if you try to switch, they are now hunting Gobert. They are now trying to get him into space. They're doing the same thing with Karl Anthony Towns if you get a switch. If you are fighting over the screen, which we've seen Jaden do a multitude of times this series, Luka is putting him on his hip. He's putting him in jail, and he's getting whatever he wants, whether it's a mid-range, whether it's a floater, whether it's Gobert coming up and then a lob. The Mavericks have the most lobs in the playoffs by like a 40+ margin. That's how great they are, and that's how great they are manipulating defenses. And then if
have
you
some great passes too.
Yeah,
I'm with you.
And then if you blitz, now Luka dumps it off to one of the centers, and they get something going in the short roll 4-on-3. And I think Derek Lively has been the best in that role. I feel like he's been so accurate on his decision making, and he's been impressive. I really hope that the injury he sustained today isn't long term, because I really want to see him play in the finals. They are picking Minnesota's defense apart, and at every time you watch the screen, Minnesota is scrambling on defense. They cannot play against these guys, and that's what I feel like has been the biggest reason why they're losing this series. Kyrie and Luka both go for 33. In the fourth quarter, when it's close, you don't even trust them to get a stop. You know that Dallas is going to generate a good quality look. PJ Washington has 16. Jones Jr. has 11. They get contributions from Jaden Hardy, who he was playing really well, and he even hunted Rudy Gobert. Gobert was clapping his hands, wanting the matchup, and he committed a foul. They can't guard in space, and that's what it's showing. And I feel like through these 3 games, there hasn't been an adjustment outside of sprinkling a little bit of everything to see if you can stop them. But I think the adjustment was just spacing it out. Because if you're not going to win this series on defense, you need to maximize your offensive possessions. And Gobert, when he's not able to set screens side to side and he's just a roll man, we really see his deficiencies because he's bobbling
so
passes.
bad,
he can't finish. He can't create. So we're seeing a lot of things go wrong with Minnesota. And I think the lineup that they should have probably put out there after game one was Cat, Naz, Jaden, Ant, and Conley, and just try to space Dallas out, because that's the only way you beat their defense.
Yeah, that's tough. And I think they haven't really been tested in the playoffs in terms of just playing a playoff defense. You know, they went through Phoenix, they went through Denver. So I feel like for Ant and Cat, unfortunately, they just ran into a playoff defense that's elite. And, you know, they got hit with some bad luck. You know, the deficiency started to really show. You know, they was able to play Phoenix. They were able to play Denver. You know, and Denver kind of figured out some things in some games, but for the most part, they couldn't put a total stretch of games. As far as for Dallas, like you mentioned, they know what they want to do. They know their game plan coming in defensively. They're locked in 1 through 5. They communicate well. With the Timbs on defense, you just see a lot of bad screen navigation, them not communicating on screens, them not switching at the right time, them losing a guy off the roll, them losing a guy in the short roll, high roll. Like, they're just not balled in like they were the first 2 rounds. And, you know, it's not even like the Mavs are doing anything extremely different offensively.
I say why it becomes a little bit more difficult though, Riv, is because now you have the Dallas Mavericks. Every single one of them are hitting their shots right now. When you have Luka, when you have Kyrie on, that's already a nightmare for defenses. But then you have PJ Washington going 50% from the field, and you know that corner three.
I think like
Eric
Phoenix,
Jones hitting some shots, of course.
Phoenix, they don't have a passer, so Phoenix, you were able to stay home.
But you saw Booker struggle. You know what I mean? You saw Booker struggle.
Player. Yeah, for sure.
And then with OKC, you had J-Dub not playing his best basketball, although in moments we saw him play well. And then the role players just not hitting their normal shots, whether that's Lou Dort, whether that's Cason Wallace, whether that's Isaiah Joe.
Where they made like 5 threes and they won.
Agreed. No, that's a great point there.
They don't even hit their shots. Fair. Like they just walked them down, and in the fourth quarter, you give it to Luka and Kyrie. And like Joel mentioned, Minnesota they don't have nothing for them defensively, and then offensively, they just can't get into their rhythm. They've been an inconsistent offense all year, though.
That's exactly what I would say about their defense, though, is, the Mavericks only hit 6 threes, I believe, in game 1. But you look on the opposite side, I mean, Minnesota's offense had been so inconsistent that I'm not going to go fully out there and blame Minnesota's defense for this when, on the interior, you're getting beat up, especially when you have Rudy Gobert. That's not an ideal situation. But when you have these guys on, and your best chance was when they go and they make 6 threes, it becomes very difficult, especially when your duo.
15-point lead.
Yeah, that too.
That's it. I mean,
I think the defense is number one because that's where you hang your hat on. But to me, the difference in the series, all 3 games have come down to the wire. And Dallas's clutch time offense, I know Drew, you mentioned on the last show, close game in the fourth quarter. You're trusting Dallas, who was one of the better clutch teams in the regular season. And that was my biggest question for Minnesota coming into the playoffs, was about clutch time offense. And I thought they had figured it out. The first series against the Suns, they didn't really have a bunch of clutch time minutes. I think it was like 3 minutes in that series. And then against Denver, they had a couple of games, I think game 1, that it was a clutch, 5-minute situation down the stretch where they out executed them. And it was something that I was looking for, because I was curious, do you have someone else to go to if Ant's shot isn't falling? I mean, those are one of those games Ant was going crazy, but to have just really one creator, how is a team going to defend you in the highest of stakes when they know this is really the one dude that's going to hurt us on a consistent basis? But then you go back to this Dallas series, and it's been a complete 180. I mean, what Luka is doing every single game in this fourth quarter, whether he's creating for himself or he's creating for others, whether it's PJ Washington in the corner, whether it's him hitting a step back 3 on Rudy Gobert, it's almost like clockwork now that Minnesota has proven that they're able to hang with them. They have proven that they can, for 45 minutes, be right there with them, whether it's making up for it on the defensive end, getting out in transition, forcing some live ball turnovers, although I don't think it's been a ton. But once they get into that really clutch time, I think that's where you see 22-year-old Ant Edwards step up, and he starts to have these turnovers, and he's not getting the best shots, and he's not being as aggressive, sometimes settling, just for pull-up jumpers. So that's been the biggest key for me in this series is the clutch time offense has looked night and day. And when you have Luka, who is arguably, if not the best one-on-one player in the NBA, it's going to be a lot easier for them to get those consistent looks.
Yeah, I think when I think about Minnesota's defense, and I think that goes hand in hand with the clutch offense point, just because they aren't able to generate any stops. I think it kind of boils down to the fact it really feels like they have two guards who both in their own ways negate a lot of the physicality that a guy like Jamal Murray or even Devin Booker in the first round struggled with. Kyrie, you almost can't get physical with because he's shifting side to side downhill. Like, he's hard to stay in front of, much less like get your hands on and make struggle. And then Luka, alternatively, I know he was hurt in the Thunder series, but still it feels like Dort is a way more effective defender, like archetype to throw at Luka than Jaden McDaniels, because McDaniels, yeah, he's super long and he can get in passing lanes. He can poke the ball away if somebody's handle is not as tight as like a Luka Doncic is. But when McDaniels gets on Luka's back hip or Luka gets backing him down in the post, whatever, it feels like he is just instantly, all of the stuff he does at a really high level on the defensive end just gets completely negated. Whereas Lou Dort, the muscle that he's working with, it makes it like Luka has to work a lot harder in all of those spots. And it just feels like Minnesota has not been equipped to handle guards getting to that like right inside the free throw line, that spot, being able to score effectively floaters over Gobert or whoever the help side guy is. And it feels like that's just been a lot of what the clutch offense has boiled down to, is Kyrie and Luka getting to those spots and then being able to make plays off of the collapsed defense.
They have been eating them alive there. You know, Minnesota's offense isn't without its problems, though. You know, we've spoke ad nauseum about what's wrong with them at this point in time. Cat in the fourth quarter went 0 for 4 in the fourth.
Yeah,
So he went 0 for 3 from 3.
What was
Mike
Anthony
Conley
Edwards in the fourth? Because I know he
went
and Cat
crazy in the third. If I'm not mistaken.
both of them played very well in the third.
and had 4 points, 1 rebound, 1 assist, 1 steal. In the
That
fourth
rebound
quarter.
was clutch also.
2 for 3.
That rebound was an offensive rebound.
Yeah,
But
2 for 3.
you mentioned, Jack, you mentioned the Nuggets, and that's kind of the point I wanted to get to. Kind of got, my mind got a little jumbled there. But like I mentioned, when you have the Mavericks hitting at this rate, especially this game's particularly, where they shoot over 50% from the field, shoot over 50% from 3. When you look at that Nuggets series, when the supporting cast was doing their job, they won 3 games in a row.
Mm-hmm.
When they weren't, which was obviously the 4 games that they ended up losing, that's the game. That's the result that you're going to get. The Mavericks simply gave them that opportunity in game 1 where they did only hit 6 threes. But if it's a close game, the Mavericks are going to close out. In the game, in game 2, it was a similar situation where, again, you have the supporting cast doing their job. Gafford was great. Lively was great. And the go, of course, that you have Luka Doncic hit that shot over Rudy Gobert. In this game, you just have everyone clicking. It's very tough when your guys on offense simply do not get the job done. And Anthony Edwards, who I'll give him some slack tonight because he did try and show up in that third quarter. Karl Anthony Towns needs to be better, and he has shown this playoffs that you can rely on him, but not in this playoff series at all have we seen him play at that level.
Yeah, I think at the end of the Nuggets series, especially over like game 6, game 7, it's 2 of the worst games I've ever seen Michael Porter Jr. and Kentavious Caldwell-Pope play. And when Minnesota defended Denver exceptionally well, and I agree with this statement that they are built to beat Denver, maybe even more so than they're built to like straight up go at every team in the league and try to win a title. Maybe in the construction of this roster, they were really thinking about Denver, and it's come back to bite them a little bit. The Nuggets did not punish any hard doubles on Jokic in game 6 or game 7, and that is like a large reason why they didn't even have to adjust the defense that much in those 2 games down the stretch in game 7 when they blew that big lead, is because it was working so effectively, because they just could not hit any shots. PJ Washington and Derrick Jones Jr., even like 36% from 3 from that Nuggets team would have completely changed the way that the series looked and the way that the Wolves were able to defend. And it was nightmarish. And so Dallas, this is just like you said, a complete 180 in that aspect.
Mr. Dells, talk about the Celtics going up 3-0 against the Pacers. Listen, everybody, we don't record on the weekend. Saturdays, we don't record.
Busy? You were busy last night? No tweets about the game? Nothing on Instagram? No TikTok? Maybe you and Jess had a nice night out in the town, couldn't catch the game. Just wondering what you're up to.
Listen, I appreciate you asking, Dells. You know, that means a lot to me as a friend.
Just wondering.
You're checking up what I was doing. You know, for me, I was just taking a break, man. You know, I feel like
NBA schedules,
I feel like once a week,
unplug.
you gotta unplug. You gotta just rest in your own thoughts. Hey, listen, I know it was a great game from Jayson Tatum. I know it was a great game from the Celtics. It was a great comeback. This is about the finals now, baby. It's about the finals.
It is about the finals. It is about the finals. And since you missed the game, let me just remind you of some things that happened.
Please.
Celtics down 18 points at one point in this game in the third quarter. And I'll be honest, I'd be lying to you guys if I thought we were winning that game. When we were down 8 with 2.5 minutes left, I say out loud, my girl was next to me, I said, we're not winning this game. They're really bad to lose to a Tyrese Haliburton-less Indiana Pacers team.
Better.
Andrew Nembhard was giving us hell. TJ McConnell was giving us hell. Funny enough, Siakam in that fourth quarter was not really the one doing damage. It was really Andrew Nembhard who had one of the best games, probably the best game of his career, being the playoffs. But then that man who's not clutch, that man who Jeremy Grant could come in and do the same thing, he stepped up because he's one of the best players in the world. Humbly, of course, one of the best players in basketball, top 7 player in the world, one of the best playmaking wings in the NBA. LeBron's number 1, but Jayson Tatum could have an argument for number 2. The behind-the-back pass to Al Horford was one of the best passes I have ever seen in my life. The 3 with a minute and a half to cut the lead to 2 points.
You gotta watch
3
more
points,
hoops, bro. It
was
all right.
Absolutely,
it was justified.
insane.
It's justified. Let him cook.
It was a good pass. It was a sick pass.
The pass was crazy. Al Horford 7 to 12 from 3. My lord, this was such a beautiful
double
game.
team a little.
This is
He does it every time. He's had that behind the back pass going all season long, but that was the best execution.
The casuals are catching up now, Joel.
I'm hoping so because I know Joel is an intelligent basketball mind. I know Joel watches basketball.
He does.
I see him do it, even though maybe not the Knicks because of the blackouts, but every other team he's in there, he's locked in.
I'm glad you remember.
So,
You didn't have to say that.
Joel, that was crazy.
When he has these opinions on Jayson Tatum that are just completely false, that facts could look up and check what this guy actually does every single playoff run, what he's done, the company he's put himself in by age 26. And now you look at the last 7 games, you're like, oh shit, Tatum's averaging 32, 11, and 6.
Ooh,
I thought he was terrible. TikTok told me he was bad. So the X.com told me this dude sucks. I just want to know what happened last night, Joel. 18-point comeback, fourth quarter, two comeback wins in game 1 and
Shout out
game
to
3.
Drew Holiday, man.
A team that you did not believe in the clutch.
Shout
out to Drew Holiday,
Shout out to Drew
who
Holiday.
arguably won us both of those games with his defense. But the guy who's not clutch, the guy who doesn't show up, the guy who's getting replaced by Jeremy Grant, I think he did pretty good last night.
Jeremy
Mr.
Grant
Dells.
was so nasty.
I was going to come up
did
here. I was going to let you have your moment, but you done pissed me off, Dells. You pissed me the fuck off.
Oh shit!
You pissed me the fuck off. You made the joke about the Knicks. It hurt my heart, hurt my feelings. I'm not going to lie.
That was
you know,
crazy.
that hurt from a brother,
was
another
nuts.
brother. I don't know how you could do that. Nonetheless, you know how pathetic you look right now, Dells?
How?
You are playing the Indiana Pacers, who aren't even supposed to be here. Riv, you asked me the other day what I thought about the run.
He's done it against everybody. It's
Drew,
not. This is the first
I said
time.
they had a
Warriors.
chance, and I said Celtics and 6. I still
Shit,
had the
that's
Celtics
nasty,
winning the
Riv.
series. Tyrese Haliburton, after game 2, gets hurt. He goes out. Game 3, yes, you got great
They played
performances,
better.
but
They were
I
up
will
18.
say, I will say this:
TJ
the
McConnell is
entire
better
run,
than him.
this is the weakest run to the finals I've ever seen a team make, given whatever conference.
The
You
Suns.
faced the Heat in the first round with no Jimmy Butler. Terry
Suns.
Rozier didn't play. In the second round, you faced the Cavs. Donovan Mitchell missed 2 games, and Jarrett Allen didn't play.
Man.
Now you're victory lapping the Indiana Pacers. Where were they ranked on defense? They were one of the worst defenses
I
in
don't
the
know,
NBA this
when Jalen
past
Brunson was
season.
when they
going out
got
there going
Siakam,
crazy.
when they got
When
Siakam, they were
Jalen
drastically
Brunson
better.
was doing it, you didn't say nothing about their defense.
You have to understand this, Dells. You have to understand this. The reason why people have been critical on Tatum is because he started the playoffs playing bad. That's why he should be doing this against the Pacers. Why shouldn't he be doing this?
Joel, when the lights got brighter, he got better. I'm just
Ultimately,
saying.
Dells, your slumber party's about to be over because in the next round, when he goes up them real killers in Dallas, it's over. It's over.
He's
Dells.
averaging 35
It's
this year
over,
against
Dells.
Dallas.
He's not going to average 35 because they're going to put PJ Washington on his ass and they're going to lock him up. Derrick Jones Jr.
PJ Washington.
You better respect Dallas' defense. Now, Mr. Dells, you can have your little moment right now. You can have a little moment of fun. This season is going to end like the last couple of seasons, the last decade, since 2008 for you. No championship.
Whoa.
You're going to stand on that.
I would like to say something.
No championship.
You better hope you
no
stand it because you've been saying it all season long.
The Celtics are not winning this year. The Mavericks have been battle tested. The Clippers, OKC, Minnesota, they're ready for this challenge. Y'all been facing some real dog shit teams. I'm going to tell you that.
I would like to say...
No one beat more good teams in the regular season than Boston this year.
They
would have done in the playoffs.
Let Joel cook.
They would have done in the playoffs.
Give Rick Carlisle some credit, man. I just want to shout out to him because the offense he puts out there is amazing, man. Like anybody can cook in that offense, as you can see. Like it's just
you're getting on my nerves too.
It's really nah, bro. Like yo, man, it's really crazy to me. Like no matter who you put out there, Rick Carlisle is going to cook up, man. He's just going to put on the mask.
And Nembhard was hitting tough shots, man.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's Carlisle. Like, he was good.
Maybe somebody's holding him back.
Jordan.
Maybe he should be.
Shout out to JB.
I don't know, man.
I think
oh my God.
I'll side with Dells here. Because so for me, if the Pacers team that they played last night, that is not a conference finals caliber team. Like that's not a good team. I still think the Celtics had what might be their most like telling win of the year, their grittiest win of the year. And I was impressed by it. Like I thought they played exceptionally well down the stretch. I thought they didn't give up, even though the game kind of did look out of hand, especially for a team that has had like clutch offense concerns the way that they have. And yeah, I was really impressed by it. I've been kind of a Tatum doubter a little bit, especially like his efficiency scoring, but he's always had that impact in terms of defense, rebounding, and his playmaking has really impressed me this postseason. Like, especially now that we're seeing Ant regress in the exact same category, it's very easy to look at what Tatum's doing and be like, that is an impressive contribution to a team winning a lot of playoff games. Yeah, Tatum's definitely better.
That was never in question.
I want to say this, though. I want to say this.
Who's
Ant and Tatum are not in the same tier.
Anthony Edwards is better than Tatum.
What killed me
if Anthony Edwards had Celtics spacing, it'd be a completely different story.
Yo, hold on.
Yes.
Yo, wait a minute. Ant-Man not even better than Donovan Mitchell, bro. We not leaving those conversations. You're gonna bring your ass right back here.
I don't know if he's better than Devin Booker. I really don't. Not yet.
We're back. We're gonna bring you right back to these conversations because he's not.
Damn, you have a couple bad games. You fall from number 1 back to 3.
He was never high for Riv. Riv's been hating on Anthony Edwards since day one. This is
I won't do all that.
This ain't surprising.
Donovan Mitchell, Riv.
Donovan Mitchell
did cook up. I'm not gonna say
he did.
He did cook up.
Donovan Mitchell is a better scorer. He's a much better playmaker. The defense, I don't care about because he gets cooked.
All right.
So it doesn't matter. I don't care.
That's such a fucking funny way. It doesn't. That part, the part he's better at doesn't count. Oh,
Donovan Mitchell or Ant-Man. Who
in the
played
last
better
3
defenses in the playoffs? Donovan Mitchell or Ant-Man?
Donovan Mitchell cooked. He cooked Orlando in a way.
Donovan Mitchell or Ant-Man?
In the last 3 seasons,
Ant-Man had multiple 40s.
He played the Suns. I don't care.
Riv, in the last 3 seasons, who's been better in the playoffs? Anthony Edwards or Donovan Mitchell?
3 seasons? The last 2 it was
No, the last 3. Who's been better the last 3?
This year is Donovan.
No, the last 3 playoffs. Who's been better? Anthony Edwards or Donovan Mitchell? Exactly.
Who's been better in the regular season? The Donovan Mitchell last 3 years. Talk to me.
Anthony Edwards he was just all NBA. Mitchell made all NBA.
Mitchell made all NBA.
All right, tell him get healthier. Stop talking about my boy.
Oh my God.
Stop talking about my boy.
Joel,
my boy plays every game. He's gonna play every game. That's what Anthony Edwards gonna do.
You know what Donovan Mitchell was doing? He was giving Drew Holiday, Derek White, Jayson Tatum, and Jaylen Brown 35. Ant-Man can't score on Derrick Jones Jr., PJ Washington, and them boys.
They're rolling up on him. They're rolling up on him.
What do you think they do to Donovan?
They was not blitzing Donovan like they've been doing to Anthony Edwards.
They were playing drop. They were playing a lot of drop with Al Horford.
They're playing the level of the screen with Ant. They're not dropping on him.
What number in this series has Anthony Edwards been in terms of best in the series?
4th, 3rd?
Only I think probably
Minnesota's been added.
But I think Kyrie, like, I don't know. He's receiving probably 1 or 2 in terms of defensive attention. Like he's clearly the biggest gravity that Minnesota has, and like that's how Dallas is structured.
Can't even pass.
I mean, I'm just saying. I don't know.
In the Sun series, he was passing great. In the Denver series, he was passing great too.
They suck. Phoenix, you know what it is? The Dallas Mavericks, you know what? I apologize to the Dallas Mavericks. I doubted y'all, and I want to give that apology out. I doubted your defense. Your defense is so great. You're making me look at the Suns like, yo, I really asked, because this what we seeing from here is honestly hilarious to me. He can't.
The Suns were the 13th ranked defense in the regular season. They weren't completely terrible.
They couldn't stop. It's okay. They were not good.
Yeah, it's not. That's not. Come on.
I'm curious, Riv. So like Donovan Mitchell last year, or whenever the Knicks series was, because like I feel like that was pretty similar to what Ant is going through now in terms of like the Cavs spacing was dog shit and Mitchell looked worse than Jalen Brunson. Like, how did you feel about that series?
That one I was devastated to start.
You don't bring it up.
I don't talk about it because
I think Donovan Mitchell is better than he showed in that series. I just think that was a really tough,
I think last year he just played bad in terms of just not being able to score. His jumper wasn't falling. Like, he was struggling with that defense mightily. So I don't even think, because the shooting, it wasn't even that great in the playoffs this year. I just think this year he just has become a better overall player. Just as a scorer.
That Magic series was so fun, dude.
Yeah, like as a playmaker, like he just upped his level. So I think that was just the main difference.
But also, I will say this: Donovan Mitchell played what? He played 9 total games in the playoffs. Yeah,
unfortunately, he didn't play enough.
You look at his first 9 games, Anthony Edwards' first 9 games in the playoffs is not even close.
It's different. The Magic and the Suns are very different.
But then you got Denver, and then you got the Suns. And that Denver series, he was very impressive too.
He was. You're talking to me.
If the Wolves lost in 7 to Denver, we're not sitting here right now talking about Anthony Edwards as the 3rd best shooting guard in the league.
No, but unfortunately he advanced, even though he played pretty terrible in Game 7. Now he's not doing so great.
Now,
Aura, baby, the dunk changed
26,
the game.
9 and 9. He played fine today. Games 1 and 2.
5 turnovers.
Denver and Phoenix may be better talent-wise, but neither defenses are better than the Magic or the Celtics. Like, it's not even close. It's like night and day. So that's what we're comparing. But that's not the.
Who's a rim protector on the Magic that's scaring you if you're Ant?
If you're Ant?
Yeah.
Probably nobody. But they have like 4.
What about Boston with no
Jonathan Isaac?
KP?
They have 4 like really great defenders.
Jonathan Isaac's out there for like 18 minutes.
That's true.
They have 4 great defenders.
That's an impactful last 18 minutes, Jack.
It is.
Hey, KP's got 2 more weeks, brother. You better pray on that for him to not play. I know you're praying on it nightly. You better hope and pray.
Joel, thoughts on the Pacers looking better without Haliburton? You didn't speak on it.
I don't think they looked better. I mean, game 1, they had an epic collapse down the stretch, and that's why they lost.
67% of shots in that first half.
They were historic. What do you mean?
Indiana
against the Knicks all over again.
Indiana's offense is great. You know, I think Haliburton takes it to a different level on a more consistent basis. Maybe on a one-off game sample size, you can get excited about this.
Have you seen the game? Allie doesn't play?
No, they lose games. When he doesn't play, they lose.
They lose when he wins.
Someone in a regular season, when Hallie does not play, they lose. They're under 500.
Yes.
That's why last year they didn't make the playoffs, because without him, they lost. So we see on a consistent basis, this team needs him. It's unfortunate that he really has not gone to play, but his hamstring, he re-injured that, and hopefully he feels better off that. But listen, the Pacers, they're a great offensive team, and that's one of the worries that I have with the Celtics. You know, sometimes they're not fully locked in, but you're up 2-0. They don't have their star player. It's easy to get nonchalant. And you showed even when they were up big, you could come back at whatever time you wanted against them. Listen, you got the better talent. This is great because for the Celtics, they have been challenged in these close games. But at the same time, their next opponent, which we all think is going to be Dallas, it's going to be a different set of circumstances. Because I think in Indiana, in both those close games, a deficiency was shown. They don't have a consistent one-on-one half-court creator that can get a bucket at any time. And even with Haliburton playing, they don't have that.
Honest question. And obviously, Joel, this is for you. We've seen Ant-Man struggle in this series versus the Mavs. We give a lot of credit to this Mavs defense. Jason Kidd, unbelievable job at scheming up against Minnesota. Now, let me ask. If Jayson Tatum goes out there and balls against this Mavericks defense in the NBA Finals, will you give him the respect that he deserves and say that he is better than Anthony Edwards?
It won't count. It's fake.
If Jayson Tatum wins the NBA championship, because there's no way he's gonna cook this Mavs defense.
No way.
And they're not gonna win.
Oh.
If he's cooking, they're winning. Because
Correct.
he's not the only guy that's gonna be playing well, because he got a lot of great teammates. Yes, that's the standard for Tatum.
I agree.
As of recently, he's been playing like one of those guys.
Jayson Tatum, correct. He's been playing like
he's
the
been playing
Jayson
like one of
Tatum
those
of the
guys.
He was 2 days ago. He wasn't. 2 days ago, he's replaced by Jeremy Grant, but he's been playing like one of those
That
guys.
wasn't
Which
nasty.
one is it?
You misinterpreted what I said. I said if you replace Jayson Tatum with Jeremy Grant, they would still make the finals out of the East this year. That's a fact. I think they would make the finals without Jayson Tatum with the roster they got right now. You don't even got to replace him. I think that's how easy the path to the finals has been.
We'd be
You're
up
telling
against
me
the
with
Pacers without Jayson Tatum. We'd be
No
up,
Tatum,
we'd
the
be
Cavs
up
are
against the
beating
Pacers.
No trolling.
Yeah, but like if
Donovan
Mitchell's
missing 2
still
games.
hurt and everything.
Oh, if Tatum's out there,
we would lose to this Pacers team if it wasn't for Jayson Tatum.
You're right. You're right.
We can change some shit up. You know, if Donovan
Not in
plays,
game
Jeremy
one.
Grant was just.
Yeah, we would. He had 10 in overtime.
It might be a tougher series, but I don't think the Celtics with Jaylen Brown, Derek White, Drew Holiday are losing.
We're easily down 2-1 if we don't have Jayson Tatum. That's not even debatable.
you might be down 3. I'll be honest.
I don't think so. I think game 2 you still win. And I think game 1, Jaylen Brown hit the bucket to get you into overtime.
Yeah, but
for the
in
first
overtime,
3
Jayson Tatum was
dominated.
facts.
How did they
We
get
don't
back
have
in
to
the
talk
game?
about
Tatum
the
goes to the
Celtics.
bench with 2 minutes left in the third quarter, and they go on like a 13-0 run. It's like a 1-point game.
In the overtime period, he was 2 for 4 and then got fouled on his other points, bro.
He was plus 20
wide
in the
open
game,
from
bro.
3.
He was plus
then
20,
I
and you're
think
taking
Jeremy
him
Grant
out when
can
you're
do the
winning
same
that
thing
game.
if he in that position.
This
That's
is
what
why,
you
this is why I say you don't actually watch the game.
Jeremy
and you just go on like
Grant.
TikTok.
Jeremy
No,
Grant
you just said he does watch the game.
They're still in the finals.
Oh my
You just said he does.
You replace him with Bojan Bogdanovic. I think the Celtics are still in the finals.
Wait,
right
Joel,
now.
I have a question.
Point out.
I have a second question to Drew's question because I think people get lost in the, if he wins this, if he gets this award, he just jumps a certain player. You believe that Ant-Man is better than Jayson Tatum. So why would a finals against Dallas change your opinion?
I never said it would change my opinion.
I
I
thought
think
you
right
said
now,
you would put
it's extremely close,
Uh-huh.
and I think the gap that Tatum has is clear in playmaking. He's a better playmaker.
Consistent defense too.
I think his environment, off-ball defense, 100%.
I think he's just a better defender. I don't think
Yeah,
I
I
agree.
Say that.
I agree.
Yeah. We're here.
That's not a hot take.
Yeah.
No, that's not close actually.
I
but,
think
you could just-
Jayson Tatum's offensive environment helps those decisions become easier, but I still think he processes the game better than Ant. Anthony Edwards right now, he just has the edge with his relentlessness attacking the basket. He does, and I think
mentality.
him and Tatum's pull-up shooting are similar too. In the regular season, they were similar. The 3-point pull-up numbers, they're similar, and I think Anthony Edwards was getting hot at the right time for Minnesota. So I think that's close. But Tatum is more mature. He's 3 years older than Ant. He got 3 seasons on Ant. He should be better than him. And if he beats Dallas's defense, then yeah, that's a huge credit to him because this defense is elite. And the way they guarded SGA is they forced him into mid-range shots. They walled out the paint. It's the same game plan for Anthony Edwards. The difference is that SGA was hitting
better.
range shots.
SGA's
He's
hitting
better.
the shots.
SGA is better, and SGA can get to his spots better. That's most importantly. Anthony Edwards wasn't quite able to do that. This is a series for Jayson Tatum where they are going to test that pull-up jump shot that he has in the mid-range area, a shot that has been historically very inconsistent for him. So if he gives us a series where he's hitting that shot routinely and he's making Dallas defense pay, then I got no problem with it. I think right now they're in the same tier. If Tatum wins the championship and he balls out, Tatum is gonna be, he's a superstar. I think legitimately, we're not arguing about it. But if he shrinks, then we having conversations that he might be where he is.
So you think Ant's better because he has that dog in him?
I think it's just relentlessness. I think he's better because he sets
His mentality.
he sets his will on offense more consistently than Tatum.
God.
Jayson Tatum will go ghost for a multitude of games. I think Anthony Edwards, he hasn't been
It's
shooting well.
32, 12, and 6 for 7 games. Riv.
No, Ant's been putting up
12
tour
and 6 for 7 games.
He's been
His
putting
tour
up.
date.
Yo, I'm happy.
November
Ant got round
24th.
1.
We're
Ant
out.
cleared him round 1. We're in the conference finals. It's not even discussion who has been playing
The
better.
first
It's
2
not
rounds,
even
Anthony
close
Edwards
who's
is
been
better.
playing
First 2 rounds, Anthony Edwards is better.
Second round is a
That
conversation.
game, Cleveland
Against
Jayson
Denver
Tatum,
versus Cleveland,
Jayson
give me a
Tatum
break.
was
Tatum was
amazing.
He was
Give me a
eating
break.
damn near every game.
He led the Celtics in every category in the series, if I'm not mistaken.
That's because they don't got any rebounder. They don't got any real playmaker.
Well, he's a great
gonna get-
rebounder. His rebounding is insanely impactful.
Yeah, Tatum's
I'm not saying it's not
actually a
impactful. I'm saying
nasty-ass
that they don't have a real center that's gonna get 10 rebounds a game.
Oh,
they don't have that. the Celtics do with KP out, and even with KP, his rebound fluctuates.
And so it's less impressive because he has to do it. No, he has to do it, and he's doing it.
The only reason why Anthony Edwards isn't leading the team in rebounds because he got Rudy Gobert and Cat. If he was on the
he'd
Celtics,
average 11 rebounds.
He'd be leading the
No,
team
he's
in
not.
rebounds.
Average 11 rebounds.
All right, so look. Anthony Edwards, Game 7, 6 for 24. Game 6, 8 for 17. Game 5,
Game
5
6,
for
he was
15.
great though. They beat them by 45
I'm just
points.
naming tour dates, brother. Game 5, 5 for 15. Game 4, 16 for 25. Game 3,
That's
8
not
for
tour
15.
date.
No, the game 4 was his 44 ball.
Yeah.
So he had 2 40 balls. He had a nice little 27, couple tour dates. It's not, his
I can't
back.
believe
Name me
they
the
lost
games
that
where he
fucking
was
series,
great versus
man.
the games that he was bad.
I think he had 3 bad games in the Denver series, I would say.
So
Maybe
4
2.
great games, 3 bad ones.
Yeah, I would say 3.
And
That's
Denver's
good
not like,
overall
I
series.
feel like we've been lumping together Phoenix and Denver defensively. Denver's not nothing defensively. Denver
No,
was
they're not.
like a good Cleveland or Boston and Orlando, like defenses like that, different discussion. But Denver, like giving Denver 44, that is impressive to me.
No,
I'm
it's
taking it away.
no 44
I'm
is
not taking
great.
it away.
I'm taking Phoenix. I don't care about that 44.
Shit, Joel, you can take round 1 and round 2 if you want.
Phoenix is
My
not
guy's
good.
going on.
Yeah,
to
I don't care about that.
Yeah, your guy in the most
Larry
important series
Bird,
is facing the
MVP.
worst defense of all them 3. This is
Yeah,
the worst
sucks,
defense
man.
he's playing.
They just had the
you
best
think
record
Anthony
in
Edwards
the
is not
NBA.
averaging
They keep
40
the
against the
conference by
Pacers
So
defense?
Ant might average 50 against the Pacers. No
Come on,
joke.
let's be serious.
He might.
He should.
might
He
average
should.
50.
Tatum should be doing what he's doing against the Pacers.
Drew,
But what
Drew,
about
do you
Tatum
want to
versus
tell
the
them? Or do
Cavs?
you want me to tell them?
Oh, please,
What Ant would
listen.
do? What do you think would happen? How should we figure it out?
Go on 2K.
Do it on 2K. Yeah,
Yep.
let me know how it goes. Do it on 2K. Let me know if he averages 50.
Actually, I could just search up right now what he averaged against the Pacers in the regular season. You want me to do that, brother? I'll give you them stats.
Hold
Read
on,
them
I got
receipts.
us.
Joel,
I
you saw
got
that
us.
new meme I posted
I did not.
of Ant being Jordan Poole?
Hey, respect Jordan Poole. All right, he's
Oh,
been getting
shit.
too much. He's been getting
Jordan
too much hate
Poole.
lately.
What
He's
are we
all right. He's not as
respecting?
he's not as bad as people act.
Oh,
okay?
yo,
Thank you,
bitch,
Joe. We're
stop
here, man.
it.
He turned a corner in the last
He has a
third of the
ring.
season.
Exactly.
He's a ring, man. Listen, man. Other people
Yeah,
All
don't-
right.
NBA champion. Jordan
Wow.
Poole.
Anthony Edwards this season versus Indiana. He is averaging in 2 games 40.5 points.
Damn.
Goodness gracious.
Oh, that's so cool. Wow.
Yeah, how many did he have both games?
He's shooting 59% from 3 and 55% from the field.
Indiana is a stat game, man. That's where you go in there.
But
you go
hey,
get
now
stats.
the big question is, was this pre or post Pascal Siakam?
Pascal wouldn't guard him.
No,
That
but I
rim
just mean
protecting
we've
ain't
seen-
changed,
The
man.
we've
defense got
seen-
better. It
yes,
got better.
correct.
Yeah, but I don't think it
Post
would
All-Star
affect
break,
Ant's
they were
game,
top
though.
20, which isn't great, but they were a bottom.
So
if
they
I'm
went
not
from
mistaken,
dog shit
26.
to not good.
Correct.
I respect that. You gotta.
I'd be
you
more
gotta go up
concerned
somewhere.
about Buddy Hield because like he made he was a big reason their defense was ass, and like he was a big reason the offense was so crazy too with like all the off ball and the 2-man game shit he's capable of running. But like him off the floor, that would probably affect Ant if we're talking about like one player more than Siakam would. But their defense did get better in the second half
For sure.
of the year.
We know what finals matchup we about to get, fellas. We're gonna get Luka Doncic versus Jayson Tatum. And I think the problem for Boston becomes the same problem that's been for OKC, it's been for Minnesota, it's been for the Clippers. How do you guard Kyrie Irving? How do you guard Luka Doncic? I think
Clippers
Boston
probably
Celtics-
healthy.
the Celtics have a variety of great defenders, but Derek White is too small for Luka. I think Drew Holiday is even too small for Luka. He's 6'4", he's a little stronger, but I think he's too small for Luka. You could put Tatum on him. You could put Jaylen Brown. Those are other options. But now you risk them getting into foul trouble. I think it's going to really be something to see how they guard him. I think they're probably just going to blitz him.
I think they have the
honestly.
perfect matchups for Kyrie. Personally,
Agreed.
I think they have the.
If
perfect
Kyrie
matchup.
does this shit against Derek White and Drew, I do not know.
Yo, he
like,
got
I'll
it.
never speak on him.
In
again.
terms of just like personnel, I think they have the guys for Kyrie. For Luka, honestly, they're gonna have to man up, and Jaylen Brown and Jayson
What do you
Tatum's
think?
gonna have
Tatum?
to guard.
OD. I was going to
Yeah,
say
it's
the
like-
exact
like,
same
it
thing.
is what
Put
it is.
Tatum
I
on
think
him.
it'll probably be Jalen. When they
I think-
matched
yeah, I
up in the
think
regular
Jalen
season,
starts
it was
on him,
Jalen,
for sure.
and he did a really good job in the regular season on him.
Now, it's important to
remember
note
you always
that
bringing up those numbers, man.
in the regular season,
Because you sleep on his
the,
defense. Respect him.
Who sleeps
in
on
the-
defense?
Jaylen Brown's defense.
It's
You sleep on it.
yes, it's dog shit. Yes.
in the regular season, the Celtics beat the Mavericks, but I think it's just a different Mavericks team. I
It
think
is.
since Jason Kidd has taken over the team, this starting lineup of Luka, PJ, Jones Jr., Kyrie, Gafford. They're 26-5. This is a 60-win pace type of team. This is an elite team. I think offensively, no matter who's guarding who, Dallas is going to find a way to get theirs. They just have two special players that can just find whatever holes you have in your defense. And the Celtics, they've been the worst pick and roll defense in the playoffs thus far. And they've been getting abused left and right. You know, that's what Luke and Kyrie are going to do all day on them.
I feel
on
like that's
defense,
all on Al Horford.
Yeah, no, it is.
Yeah,
it is on Al Horford. I think a majority of it. So I think Porzingis is extremely important to come back, because if they don't have that rim presence on offense and defense, I think it can muck things up for Boston.
God willing, Lively is back also. That's a huge part to the series.
Mm-hmm.
But I also question how
Porzingis.
Dallas is going to guard the Celtics. You know, you can have the same game plan that they threw out there against OKC, against Minnesota, but I just think the Celtics have more shooters that can punish you, honestly.
I think you'll see a lot of zone, or you could see a lot of zone this series.
But I just don't
KP,
see.
I like that.
I just don't see how, at least the Mavericks have had such a hard path to the finals. I think they've had to prepare for different stylistic matchups and still come out on top. And I think they've won each one convincingly against the Clippers, against OKC. I think they won it convincingly. They're doing it against Minnesota as well. I just don't see how they lose, especially if these games are sluggish, down to the wire games, and it comes down to whose clutch offense I trust more. I just think this might be the year for Dallas. This team that nobody saw coming, this team as role players were kind of thrown away. Derrick Jones Jr. Minimum deal. PJ Washington was traded for. So was Gafford. I just think there's something to this team, and Boston is a better team on paper, but I think it does rely on the health of Kristaps Porzingis, and I don't feel too sure about how healthy he's going to be.
Question: If Minnesota won this series, you would have took them against the Celtics?
Based on how I've seen them play thus far, how much Anthony Edwards is struggling, I think it would have been a toss-up for me. But if they would have won this series, I don't think Edwards would be struggling like this.
Yeah.
So I would have picked Minnesota. But with Anthony Edwards, I just think that from the first two rounds to this round, all the progress that I've seen him make was lost in this round. A lot of the progress that versus Phoenix, I thought he handled blitzes and doubles really well. Now to this series, it's just gone haywire. He's overthinking his game. He's just throwing some errant passes that don't make any sense. So, we're getting this version of Ant. Then, of course, I'll take the Celtics because they're just a better team, and the limitations on offense for Minnesota were exposed. But I think Dallas they truly have an elite championship level defense in their offense because of who the two guys are at the top. They're always going to generate an efficient offense.
I like that answer.
I think so. We're doing finals predictions. Going with it?
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
I think a lot of people, which is very fair, are taking Dallas because of the runs for both teams. I think you look at Dallas's run, like you mentioned, Joel, the three teams you beat. I'm not sitting here just blind to the fact that we beat up on some really injured, banged up teams. And even that Pacers team in the finals with Hallie, a lot of people kind of had a side eye. Like, we don't even think that's the second best team in the Eastern Conference. So I think if that's your reason, which seems like a lot of people's, whether I've seen it in these comments or online elsewhere, I understand why people are going to doubt Boston Celtics run. And when you go up against a real top 2-3 player in the world, arguably best sidekick in the world with this defense and this coaching, I think that's fine to say this is their biggest challenge. But I also think the Celtics had shown over 82 game sample size to be the best team in the NBA. No one beat teams over 500 more. No one had more double-digit victories. I mean, they were up 20 in 47 or 10 47 games this season. One of the best net ratings in NBA history. They had shown basically all season long that this is one of the best regular season teams of all time. And when you transfer into the playoffs, you can't really decide who you end up playing. You beat the Heat in 5, you beat the Cavs in 5, and now you're likely beat the Pacers in 4 or 5 games. And end this playoff run with one of the best records and best net ratings that we've seen in the last 20 years. The only team to have a better net rating in the playoffs through this point in the conference finals is the 2017 Warriors. So the Celtics' path has been easy, yes, but they're also taking care of business. We've seen them blow teams out. We've seen them have close game victories like in game 1 and game 3 of this Pacers series. I think Boston matches up pretty damn well against the Dallas Mavericks. If Porzingis is back, I feel very confident that they're going to win this in 6 games. If he's not back, this is still going to be a dogfight. But having Porzingis' number one pick and pop ability, because people or the Pacers specifically have really just been letting Al Horford open a lot. That's why you see him with double-digit threes, is because they're kind of daring him to shoot a lot of the time. If you have Porzingis there, you have to respect that three a lot more, which is going to open other opportunities like one-on-one driver lanes for Jayson Tatum and Jaylen Brown. But I think Boston wins this series in about 6 games. I like to have Jaylen Brown, Jayson Tatum, Drew Holiday all potentially going up against Luka. Going up against Kyrie, I'm expecting to be Derek White. I feel like Drew doesn't do the best with like the shifty kind of quick guards, and I think that's what Kyrie is. I think he's better kind of in a stronger role, or if you're going to put him on maybe like a PJ Washington or a big and try to let him roam. They've done that a bunch too. But I like this matchup for Boston. And the X factor, of course, is going to be Porzingis if he could be back and be healthy.
Man, no analysis needed. Boston in 5, man. All
Holy
5
shit,
pick.
5? Oh my god.
Yeah, I'll add more non-trolling answers when the series are actually over. So since it's still going, this is my troll pick.
I have slept on the Mavericks all season long. I'm done doing that. The Dallas Mavericks will win the NBA Finals. Oh, no doubt. I am Mr. Pick a Side. I'm embracing it to the fullest. I am not running from my truth. This is what I am. This is who I am choosing to be. The Dallas Mavericks will be your NBA champions. Luka Doncic will be Finals MVP. And that's more so for the fact of we've seen them be the more consistent, the more hot team in this NBA playoffs. I look at who the Celtics have played. I look at how they've played these games, and it hasn't overly impressed me. Some wins, of course. Game 3, it was an impressive comeback victory, but down 18 without Tyrese Haliburton, that's a concern for me. Yes, you are able to overcome and come back, and Jayson Tatum was immaculate. Al Horford was immaculate. You have Drew Holiday playing some of his best basketball of his career this late into his career. Of course, we have to talk about Derek White, who to a degree hasn't been that same level of player that we saw earlier in the playoffs. But when he's still playing at this level, you still have to acknowledge that he's still one of the best role players in the NBA. I just still look at how hot this Dallas Mavericks team has been, and I look at simply the lack of, you say they haven't really played with their food. I agree to a certain extent, where there's some moments where I still would like to see them be a little more assertive. Similarly to game 3 coming out the gates a little bit more hot. You are in Indiana, but without Tyrese Haliburton, we all anticipated that this would not even be a question. The fact that we saw game 1 come down to a miraculous shot by Jaylen Brown to send it into overtime, that you needed OT to win that game. And then in game 3, again, you have to come back from an insane deficit. You mentioned, I believe it was the 5th most points in a comeback in playoff history.
Since 2000.
I just look at the Dallas Mavericks and the consistency they've shown on both sides of the ball. I got to go with that duo over there with Luka, with Kyrie, the way that Luka has just dominated every game so far against Minnesota, the best defense in the league. I don't have concerns with him performing and showing out against the Boston Celtics. Even though I do think Jaylen Brown's a good matchup, it does not matter. Jaden McDaniels is one of the best defenders in this game, and he's frying him every
Jaylen Brown
single
a little thick,
time.
though.
He is. He has a lot of strength on him. I feel like that's definitely underappreciated in his game. But the consistency we've seen from Dallas has been immaculate.
Yeah, I'll go Mavs in 7. I don't have I want to pour over the matchups and the numbers head to head a little bit more.
Agreed.
But I just feel like especially in this Indiana series, I feel like, is there any reason I shouldn't expect Dallas to be able to get Boston into those situations that the Pacers have gotten Boston into? I don't know why I would think that. The Mavs are a way better team. And if Dallas was in those situations with Boston, if Dallas was up 18 on Boston, or it was like a 1-possession game back and forth down the 4th quarter with Boston, I feel like Dallas is the better suited team for those situations. And so I feel like they will come out on top because of that.
I was looking at the Celtics record against winning teams, 8-4 against teams with a 600 record. That's only the Clippers, OKC, Minnesota, Dallas, and then the Knicks. And they are 26-13 against teams that are 500 or better. So, great record against winning teams. You know, it's hard to poke a hole in Boston's argument that much. Freola 33 goes, Ant better than Tatum? ? LOL. Maybe in the next life. It's gonna be in a few years. That's gonna be consensus. It's gonna be consensus, honestly. Ricky goes, hey Riv, what's up, my heart?
What up, my boy?
Beloved.
Crazy.
He has another super chat.
Not
2024 Luka or 2016 Curry. By the way, this will be one of the greatest regular season from a player if Luka wins a ring.
I'm not answering that.
2016 Curry's the guy, the comparison.
He's the standard.
That's
I'm trying to
crazy.
tell you. I mean, one of the greatest.
It's
ever
guards. It's guards. I mean, that's the best season we've seen from a point guard. Because of course, guard, we go to Michael Jordan immediately. But 2024 Luka
been. The best
Doncic.
season ever, bro.
Shit,
We're here.
man. No, I mean it's 2020. It's 2016. Steph Curry, please. Next
Mhm.
question. But he wins a ring. He does something Steph Curry couldn't do in that season, even though he was
Yes.
amazing.
He was hurt.
Wow, isn't that funny? But Ant-Man's hurt.
No, that's an excuse that time. That's
Right. I see. That's why. Let's be consistent, Mr. River Brown.
No. Ant's not hurt. Steph had a. He's hurt, bro. Yeah.
You know what's funny? Luka's hurt.
Luka is hurt. We just don't care.
Luka
He's
versus
fine.
Curry is a toss-up, though. You know, player for player, pound for pound, that's a toss-up.
Like those years, or just in general.
No, just in general.
Oh yeah. It's cool.
In general,
Cool with
their
that.
all-time standing is a toss-up. At least, well, right now Curry got the edge, but I think when it's all said and done, it's going to be a toss-up.
Luka probably would be ahead if he has to get rings.
Yeah, he does. RJ the God goes, if the Knicks were healthy, they'd easily beat the Pacers, then beat the Celtics in 6, and then have a good chance of beating the Mavs in the finals. Thoughts? P.S. I don't like the Knicks, by the way.
Crying.
So this isn't a Knicks fan telling us this. It's
If the
somebody
Bucks
else.
were healthy, Indiana wasn't making it out the first round.
Agreed.
Mm-hmm.
And if the Bucks were healthy, that series versus the Knicks would have been difficult.
I would
Do
have
we
took
have
the Knicks.
do we have Porzingis in this world?
Everybody's
Yeah.
healthy. I'd assume.
Yeah.
Everyone's healthy.
Yeah.
I'll take the C's. I'll take the C's.
With Porzingis, the Celtics are OP. I agree.
No, I think we get past the Pacers, not the Celtics.
I-
CRB goes, Joel, just admit you have been wrong since the start of the series about Anthony Edwards. Anthony Edwards is still phenomenally great. He's still one of the top
Phenomenally
up and
great.
coming superstars in the league. He still has the best pair of sneakers an athlete has dropped this year by a wide margin. He's still electric. He's
Yo,
still
those
one of the
Nikola
young
Jokic
studs.
SpongeBob
It's
edition.
kind of tough. Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, they are. Wolves City. Ant obviously has room for improvement, but there's really not much you can do if Cat is going to be this bad and Gobert's hands are this bad. He's the only one creating open shots for the team these past 3 games.
That's a fact.
Mhm.
Yeah, that was the biggest question with Minnesota, and it's eventually he's gonna catch up.
It's really on Cat, bro. He's just playing like doo doo. Like I don't know what's his.
He is
vibe,
playing
like.
bad. He's playing really bad.
Chronic goes, Luka and Kyrie versus 4 to 5 All-Stars. Giannis and Jokic got easy finals. We get the Avengers heartbroken. If we win, Luka is top 15 all time already. # we believe Mavericks.
Who is the 5th All Star? They just keep throwing in there. Like who is the Derek
Derek
White?
White. Yeah,
Oh
that's who
my
it is.
God. They
Let
just
me
keep-
ask question. Are we putting Luka Doncic over Giannis if he wins a championship? Because
Hell
top
no.
15 all time is insane.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Wait,
no,
all
top 15
time?
is way out of pocket.
Yeah,
That's
no.
not happening. Yeah.
All time, Luka needs an MVP.
I think you could say on pace for.
Yeah,
He's
yeah, that's
on
that's
pace
fair,
for top
that's fair.
10.
Listen,
Yeah.
I was going to say Riv, who is the biggest Steph Curry fan I know, was able to sit here and say, if he keeps this up, he's on track to be better than Steph, which ultimately means he's a top 10 player that
Yeah.
we've ever seen.
No,
like, that
Luka's
just
gonna
goes to
end-
show you how
Luka's
great he
gonna
is.
End at 4.
Whoa. All right.
Forever?
I think that would take a little, almost like
All time, Luka. I'm
luck
gonna
lining
I'm
up
project
more
here.
than anything else.
I'm gonna say Luka's gonna end his career at 4.
He gonna need
Well,
like
Luka is
4
no
rings.
doubt about it. He's the
I don't
top
think he
10
needs
all
4.
time talent.
I think if he gets 3 rings, he'll have a shit ton of MVPs. He'll have a shit ton of All NBA teams, and then he'll just be a historic playoff player for his whole rest of his career.
Now,
So I don't
question,
think he needs.
better than
4.
Jokic, not a question.
I think he can be.
Jokic
I
already
think
got 3
Luka's a
I
MVPs.
feel
top
like
10
locking in. I feel like locking in 3 rings or 3 MVPs. MVPs, he's
It's a
due, I
lot.
guess. Like I get it.
He definitely is.
3 rings is tough, bro.
Yeah,
Like,
but
especially
you-
how it is right now. Like it's so hard to win 1 championship, much
You
less
expect
like
that
have.
from greatness, Joe Star. You
I
expect
guess
that. man.
I understand. I
You know what I'm
understand.
saying?
I
All the
will
greats.
say though, I think all-time conversations are not here just yet. But if he completes this playoff run and wins the NBA championship, he's walking into next season the best player in the world. He's number 1 ranked.
I'm not
I
like
think-
mad at that. Like
I'm
I don't
fine
know
with
if
that
it-
too.
Yeah.
Because that was my
Same here,
MVP.
definitely.
Because
My MVP was
Giannis, Jokic, and Luka. Jokic, and Luka, I feel like is interchangeable.
Giannis is gone, brother.
Giannis is definitely in that second tier. Luka and Jokic should be in the same tier.
I will keep Giannis up there. I will.
I don't mean to
Giannis
disrespect.
took another leap this season.
I don't need to disrespect or run and dunk, but I would say the Joker is in a tier from zone, and then there's everybody else. And Luka can jump into that tier if he wins the ring. I think the Joker is just so far better than Giannis.
I don't want to say that though, because Giannis obviously still an amazing defender.
No, he's an amazing player.
One of the best scorers.
He's the third best player in the world.
One of the best big man passers in the game. Also,
that's cool. The Joker is the best big man passer by a landslide.
We understand this. We understand this.
One of the best scorers in the league.
So is Giannis.
Yeah, but no, the Joker is clearly better.
He's a better scorer.
Cook up, real.
Like, it's really not.
He's easily more efficient. It's not. He's easily more efficient.
No, he has one.
In the playoffs. In the playoffs.
Efficient.
He has more variety.
That's
in the
the
playoffs.
Bag work.
Bag work. Yes, if you want to say he has a nice
bag work. He just bounce.
Well, Jokic has been more
has
efficient.
more diversity
Giannis.
to his
Oh my
offensive
God.
game, especially when it comes to scoring.
No, he's
because
more
he can actually
efficient, bro.
stretch.
I don't
Even
care.
though Jokic was not that great of a three-point shooter this postseason
I
at
don't
all.
care if you're 70%
Career
at the
40%
rim, bro.
for his playoff career.
If somebody's if Giannis
He was
is
elite
all,
last year. I agree.
if Giannis is all 68%, right? If he's 68% from the field, but it's all rim work, and the Joker is like 55%, but it's jumpers, layups, mid-range, three. Like he's more efficient to me. Like he can do everything in an efficient standpoint. So that's why.
That's why that's why it was so jarring to see Jokic kind of be, I don't know, by his standards, mid efficiency. Whereas like when Giannis went against the Celtics a couple years back, and his field goal percentage was like 47% dog shit for what he's shown us. That was like, oh, we understand why that's happening because like they have the personnel to slow him down in his spots. Jokic, his spot feels like in the paint. It's really everywhere. That's why it was crazy to see it this year.
Yeah, Giannis's two most efficient seasons would be, and compared to Jokic's last three in the playoffs, Jokic has been a lot more efficient.
Yeah, Jokic clears.
CRB goes, question for you all. How many games between Mavs versus Celtics with a healthy Porzingis?
I'll say 6. Like just like on a serious answer, I would say like 6.
I feel like 7. I wanted to go 7, so I'm putting 7 into the universe.
Yeah.
I'm following Mr. Jokic Joestar. Ricky, I need to see the shirts on a new pod. Did you like the shirt, Dels?
Yes, the shirt is fire. Next pod, I'm wearing it. Next full-time
I'm excited
pod,
to wear it. In my newfound Mavericks fandom.
So yeah, Ricky, I wore your shirt on the trivia. First time I debuted the shirt, wore it on the trivia. He got me a beautiful Anthony Edwards graphic T-shirt. I really enjoyed it.
I wish John was here so we can tell the world how he fumbled.
Yeah, they're gonna see it. T Lotus goes, Tatum and Brown about to have their way with the Mavs yet again. If you want to lose your money, root for the Mavs.
That's a crazy comment.
Who do you guys think has the inside track for ECF MVP?
Tatum.
Jayson Tatum.
I think it's Tatum.
I would give it to Brown. Fuck Tatum.
Hey, bars, but it's still Tatum. Like,
Bars.
He had 40, man. Give it to Brown, man. Come on. What are we doing here?
Pamo goes, C's 4-0 versus Dallas in Dallas' last 2 years, and 11-0 versus Kyrie since stepping on Lucky.
Ooh, this is like a legacy thing, like Kyrie beating Boston.
This is like a jinx right here. Oh, we're undefeated. Yeah. Oh, Dallas just handed you 4 ass whippings.
Well, Drew.
Yo.
I know you're not the biggest KD fan, and I know Dels isn't. Joe Star really isn't. Joel is. Joel, you know what's funny? If Kyrie wins a ring, everybody would have got to win a ring except KD. Without Kevin Durant, that's kind of crazy.
Or Harden. Harden still needs one.
Yeah.
We're ignoring him. He's not a part of the conversation. He got
after leaving with KD or what?
Mm-hmm. Like KD left Steph won. Kyrie left KD. Kyrie might win. It's kind of crazy if you think about it. He may have been the problem.
KD is stamped. Ain't nothing you're gonna say. He's stamped.
Stamped what?
He's stamped. He's top 15 player ever. He's stamped. He's stamped.
I can argue a few ahead of him, but who am I?
Kicks and Fitz goes, bro said 35 against the Mavs, LMAO. That was mostly pre-trade and once after the trade. Before they built chemistry. Put a hundo on it. He said a huncho.
Moses Malone or Kevin Durant?
I'm going on Moses Malone.
Okay, there we go. I like that.
Santos goes, Jake, how you feel about the Yuta situation and JJK?
He
said
Jack. No spoilers. It got real dark. Like if you're looking for like some twisted, fucked up shit last week. Yeah, it happened. It was super sick.
Joestar, I have a question. How the fuck do you get so many likes on your Twitter?
Dude, I don't even know.
All your tweets bang, bro. Like, it's insane, bro. Like some of your tweets, I don't even understand, and they have like 2,000 likes. And I'm like, what the fuck?
I have one blowing up right now because it sounds a little funny. I said, it's crazy how unbothered Luka is by length, and everyone's like, "Oh my, what did he say?"
Hey yo,
yeah,
bro.
exactly.
I seen you tweet. I seen somebody. It was during a basketball game. Somebody did something, or they were shitting on one player, and you brought up like the American Revolution, and I was just like, "What? Like, how did you get 3,000 likes on this shit that I don't understand?"
I don't know. My brain works in mysterious ways. Man.
You're goated, Jack. You're goated.
Free Hola goes, thanks for picking the C's, Rev. I'm pouring honey on you.
Why did you keep pouring honey on me, bro?
And well goes Riv, Wolves in 9, ?
I don't get it.
That it's
a play on the Wolves
over.
Not winning the series, yeah. Djokovic, son of God, $100 euros. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Wow, shout out to Djokovic. Really important match finish the Wolves in 4 or 5. Luka and Lively really need a week's rest. Regarding Jokic versus Giannis, Joker is clearly better.
Ball nowhere.
Glad he spent the super chat on a great opinion. I Suck Toes goes Jeremy Grant, laughing faces.
That tweet deserved more likes.
Shout out to my brother Toes.
Shout out to Jeremy Grant, man. All-star level player, 20 points per game.
Nuggets legend, man.
It felt competitive the whole way through.
You're very strange, right? I mean, and I said this last night, Adam, you will rarely see a team or series in which a team gets swept that was in better position more often late in games than the Indiana Pacers were in this series. It's crazy, and game one was the one. Like, you have to win that game in order to, almost guarantee a longer series. And they don't. They cough that up at the end of the game. Critical mistakes. Boston takes advantage of it. Game 2, Celtics dominate.
I think the Celtics are the better team. Pacers did some stuff. But in game 3, they led for most of the game and lost the lead with 39 seconds to go. They lost the lead a little bit earlier than that in game 4, but the Pacers retook the lead, and this time it was 44 seconds before the Celtics took their final lead of the game. So in a lot of ways, to me, it mirrored game 3. You have control, and then you could just feel this sense of hanging on. You're hanging on by your fingernails, trying not to let this one go, but they couldn't score in the clutch. They had some turnovers, they had some bad shots, some just bad possession. So what happened? If we just analyze this game real quick, what happened for the Pacers in the clutch of game 4?
I think the turnovers are critical, and I think, that's when you start looking at the Haliburton factor, like for them in late game ball handling. That's going to be in Tyrese Haliburton's hands. And it doesn't necessarily mean he's going to shoot or score, but he's really good because of his length and size. He's really good at getting ball screens and dragging people and then able to get the ball out of that with 2 on the ball to the spot that it needs to go to so that they can then make the next pass or operate their offense and somebody can get a good shot. You look at some of the turnovers they had, it felt like Indiana was a little bit frantic. They didn't play with composure and where they took the ball quickly up the floor into traffic with guys that are good ball handlers and looking for their offense, but not necessarily to control the ball, to manipulate the defense, to move it to the next guy. That's what Haliburton can do. So the loss of him was clearly big. But that was the biggest one. They also had a problem securing defensive rebounds at really important times in the game. Some long rebounds were had by Boston seemed to me, you can call them 50-50 balls if you want. I look at it like some of those balls were 60-40 balls, 70-30 balls, and you still didn't come up with them. That were really important plays in the game. So Boston made those winning plays. And then look, the shot making of the Celtics. They made every big shot they had to make. And it was interesting watching them. Adam, I don't know if you can, hopefully I could describe what I'm talking about, but the rhythm with which they were taking the shots was so slowed down. It was almost like they were shooting practice shots, but they were contested. And it told me that they had incredible calm. And it was across the board because they all did it. Tatum made big shots in this series. Brown, Derek White, Drew Holiday, all those guys, the principal actors, made big shots in this series late. And the comfort level that they had in those moments was pretty stark to me. And I thought it was a contrast to Indiana that got rushed up and sped up in those moments. You know, they had an 8-point lead with 2.5 minutes to go in game 3, an 8-point lead. All right. They had a 3-point lead with the ball with 8 seconds to go in game 1. And then last night, I'm looking at it because I was curious, like thinking what was their biggest lead late. They led by 8 points with 5:56 left. You got, you know, so think about that. I mean, you're in control. You are in the driver's seat. At that point, you just can't have, 3-4 possessions in a row where you don't score, and you're going to win the game because you just have to stop the momentum of the Celtics, and they just weren't able to do it. So I guess, that's a lot there. The blanket statement would be execution, plain and simple. Indiana did not execute and get quality shots when they absolutely had to have it, and Boston felt like every decent look they got, they made in those spots.
Yeah, it kind of mirrored game 3 in a lot of different ways. One was with Nembhard late in the game, and he made some big shots and made some big plays. I actually thought he was very good in this entire series. I know last series he was sort of the mark, and we talked a lot about how, Jalen Brunson was finding him and attacking him. Sometimes it's as simple as matchups, and that's a tough one. I thought he was much better. He was good offensively in the last series, but I thought he was much better as a two-way player in this one and did some good things. But in both the last 2 games, the difference between the ball in Haliburton's hands and closing that out and getting good shots and him, and I almost feel like we had another scenario where it was transition, and maybe it's just by the way Indiana plays. They don't want to slow things down even in the clutch. He had another, I'm being aggressive, I'm driving into traffic, and turns it over at a key spot, and I just thought, Nembhard was so good in the series, and yet my lasting memories is going to be 2 major, terrible last 2 minutes where he got turnovers. And that's rough because I feel like this is a launch pad for him, but you have to balance it out with those plays.
The game 4 play last night, that's just inexcusable. Like, where are you going? He's out of control. You come down, it's all kinds of traffic. You're spinning into the paint where all the bodies are. Your head is down. Like that, and again, you're right. And I'm going to go over in a second so we can kind of really lock in on how good he was in this series. But that's not the spot you want him in. You want him off the ball as a primary scorer because he is a really talented offensive player. And they have found a guy that is going to be a huge part of what they're going to do going forward. There's no question. The game 3 one. The turnover, I just felt like that was an incredible play by Drew Holiday.
It was.
It just his anticipation to jump that hard to his right hand. He clearly saw him there in the moment where he was going to try to get, and he beat him to the spot. And I felt like Nembhard was trying to aggressively get in that angle and then get to the rim and try to draw contact. That looks like where he was headed. And Drew Holiday just beat him to the spot, so badly. You rarely see a guy anticipate it that cleanly to that extent. So I'm going to give him more credit. But Adam, if I told you and you didn't know who the player was, and I just said, listen, there's a player, I'm going to give you his numbers for a conference finals, and just tell me, what level player are we talking about here? Yeah. 21 points a game, 54% shooting from the field, 48% from the 3-point line. It gets better. Almost 8 assists a game with 1.5 turnovers.
Great ratio.
I mean, look at that ratio. And unfortunately, 2 big ones, no question about it. Well, 3 really, if you count the inbounds pass in game 1, because at the end of the day, he threw the ball. You don't have to throw the pass, right? I mean, you're ultimately responsible for it. The design of the play was terrible. They could have advanced it, taken timeout, whatever. They could have done something different. I get it. But he still threw the ball. So really 3. And he only averaged a turnover and a half for the series per game. So unfortunately for him, when he did turn the ball over, it was at a critical time because that's really probably not supposed to be on his dinner plate at that time. He's got other responsibilities as a scorer. But those numbers, man, 21 on 54, 48, 90 shooting splits. Yeah. My goodness. And almost 8 assists and a turnover and a half. Like, he couldn't have played better in this series. And the good news is, stinks to lose. It's progression in this league. We know it. Boston's been there a million times. Everybody expected Boston to win a series. They did. The good news is the Pacers have found a guy. Right? He's 24 years old as we head into the summer. And they have found a legitimate big-time player as an off guard and a combo guard because he can play some point if Haliburton's on the bench. So you're talking about a guy now that's going to be, I think, a fixture for them going forward.
I love his game. I mean, I thought he was incredible. Honestly, prior to this playoffs, I thought he was incredible. But the playoffs, separate. The playoffs kind of show you, okay, this is tougher. Who can handle it? And the fact that his game didn't diminish at all. In fact, it stepped up a level. Is just so impressive. And so much so, Legs, that last night, people on the timeline, real analysts, good analysts, were talking about Nembhard's upside as a star. And I'm thinking, I love Nembhard, and I love that mold of player. But that's not, to me, traditionally the mold of a star player. But then I started thinking, a lot of the modern NBA right now, in my opinion, and I'm very curious if you agree with this or to what extent you agree, basketball IQ, ball handling, well-rounded games, the ability to do multiple things, it seems like the league right now really benefits players that can do those types of things. I don't see Nembhard as a star, but I do see him as a guy that can do a lot of things and has a high basketball IQ and good size on him. So do you think that he is a star in the current version of the NBA or a fringe star, a guy that could actually become, a top 3 or 4 player on a good team? Or do you feel like he is more of a role player, which is what I think everybody expected when you draft him as late as he was drafted? You expect, okay, maybe he's a role player. Do you see him having the upside of a star?
I mean, I definitely think he can be a top 3 or 4 player on a good team. I mean, I think he probably kind of is that now. I mean, because you look at,
you're right.
Yeah, I mean, you got Haliburton and Siakam, who are going to be listed as your top 2 guys, and then Miles Turner is going to be right there, and then Nembhard. Like, and on a given night, it could be Nembhard or Turner. Like, depending. Hell, on some nights, it was more Nembhard than Haliburton because Haliburton got quiet in some games in the playoffs. And so I'm not saying he's a better player than Haliburton. I don't know if he's as important as Haliburton. There's no question in my mind. I think this is a guy that can push 20 points a game, close to it, somewhere in that range on a team that can contend. So I think that puts you in that category. Now, would he ever be an all-star? I don't know. When you're always going to have a couple guys that have bigger names, bigger profiles on your team that are going to get those kind of recognitions. But I think, to answer your question, man, it's somewhere in the between. A legitimate star, I don't know that we'll use that word for him, but he's certainly better than a role player. He is to me a legitimate starting 2 guard in this league that as your 3rd best player, if you've got a big or a wing that's a higher level and you've got another guard that's a higher level, you got a team that can contend in the Eastern Conference. And that's where I think Haliburton falls.
Yeah, and you think Derek White, was another player, not a ton of hype, and then all of a sudden you look at it and you go, no, actually he does everything. If he's your 4th or 5th best player, like that's an incredible connector piece, and he kind of reminds me of that mold of player, that type of player. Another thing that happened in this one, and it's not a big deal, I don't want to belabor it. I thought at one point in this game, I thought Miles Turner was trying to get kicked out. He shoves Jaylen Brown. Then the next play, he slams the ball, which everybody knows if you slam the ball. And I think the unofficial rule is if the ball bounces above your head, it's considered a slam and the ref will throw a tech. Well, he did that. And everybody on the court, all the Celtics players are looking at the refs like, hey, that's a tech. And they didn't give it to him. And while I don't want to belabor it because Miles Turner was great this year, he did some great things. That moment to me is always one of those, like, you have to go through it and you have to learn. And I looked at that one and I go, Miles Turner, this is a pressure. You're not feeling good. You're probably going to lose the series, all of this. And that response was a little concerning. So not to belabor it, but at least that stood out to me and I made a note of it.
Yeah, no, I think that's a fair note. I was sitting there watching the game with SVP when it happened, and I said, well, he's going to get tossed because of what you said. That's kind of the rule. And even if – so you have two ways to go about it. If you could slam it really hard and catch it, you still might get a tech because of the noise and the force, right?
Yeah.
Or you could slam it soft and catch it. No big deal at all. Happens all the time. If you slam it kind of soft like he did, but hard enough that it comes up above your head and you made no attempt to stop the ball, that's a gray area because he didn't forcefully slam it, but he also made no attempt to control the ball. So, like, that is absolutely right down the line. Like, what are you going to do? And I think the bottom line was, and I think they probably did the right thing by saying, look, do we really want to eject someone in a game like this over that? So they elected not to. But you're right. I said the same thing. Like, how dumb can you be? Come on. What are you doing? Right. You just got a tech. Are you trying? Like, you know how close you are to getting ejected right now? You're going to leave your teammates out there by themselves in a closeout game? Come on, man. You're too important. So, but you're right. There's got to be a maturity to this and a learning experience from this. And I think there's no better, honestly, if you're going to lose a series, Adam. Now, look, losing a 7-game series where all these games are close. Yeah, clearly you really feel like, man, like we really had that team on the ropes. And now I can't wait till next year. We know now we're in the mix in the East, and let's go. Let's improve our roster, and let's be healthy, and let's make a run at this thing next year. But short of that, this isn't a bad scenario either, because you realize how close you are, because you're talking about a handful of possessions in this series, in the whole series. I guarantee I could go handpick less than 10 possessions in this whole series and flip the entire thing, and it'd be 3-1 Indiana right now. If I could go handpick those, and they were managed differently by the Pacers, or Boston missed one of those big shots, right? So I think that gives you a sense that, yeah, man, we were right there, but at the same time, we had 0 wins. So you still have it in your head that, like, yeah, okay, we were close, but we didn't win any of those games. So now we have to really go out, and we've got to look at our roster, look at ways to improve, look at ourselves, and watching these films of these games. How did we come up small when we needed to be bigger? And that's going to help this team tremendously going forward into next year. I know this. They're going to be on everybody's radar now going into the season. That's the thing.
Yep.
And so now you've got to look. It's different. It's different than this high-octane team that was hard to prepare for, and they snuck up on some people. And in the in-season tournament, they got some hype. Then they went away for a while, and then they got hot at the end of the year against a depleted Eastern Conference. That's the narrative that a lot of people are going to have. Next year, that won't be the case. You're going to go into the season. People are expecting to get a really good team in their building, or if you go into their place. And now the readiness is going to be different for them going into the season. So they've got to improve their roster. They still need to add things to their roster and figure out a way how they can be better in tight spots.
I think the Pacers represent the second, and for Pacers fans, take note of this. This is the second best season you can have. It's the first leap year. The first year your team makes a leap and gets on the big stage because there's no pressure. Everything seems new and exciting. Nobody was looking for you, and everything kind of seems like a miracle along the way. The only thing better than that is when your team actually wins the title. But every step after this, like you said, it becomes a bit of a slog. You can have a better year next year, but not make it as far, and it's just hard to square those things. So that always appreciate the rides along a journey as a fan. The last one I have here, though, no Benedict Mathurin, gets hurt halfway through the year and obviously misses. And one of the hard things for the Pacers, I think, what a successful year. We've seen teams like the Atlanta Hawks go far and then never make it back and never really look like that team again. But the Pacers, to avoid that, have to analyze what they truly are, how good they truly are, without seeing Benedict Mathurin and without seeing Tyrese Haliburton for these last 2 games. If you just think about Mathurin, because I know you liked it, we talked about him a lot in the regular season.
Bye.